Today I'm going to explain a part that was confusing to me, which it is related to signals. And then after I do that, I'm gonna continue to follow these steps here. Initially, I was gonna do a module, but then as I started doing the module, I realized that that's not what I want, because at least for what it seems to me now, is that modules, they extend the functionality of the editor and the engine, depending on what you want to do. But I think that what I want to do is more to change the source code. So the best way that I found so far is to gradually improve what I'm going to do. And I'm going to start by using the /e and /path that you pass as command line arguments to initialize the editor directly as a project with the project opened. I'm going to try to change the source code so that if I put another option called headless, it's going to be I think it's probably two slashes is better, and then headless. So if I pass this along with the other stuff, then I'm going to put the codes that I'm going to create on one of the folders there that I created to run the code instead. So it's basically the idea that I have is just to use all the editor functionality to do everything programmatically. Because I realized that all that a game is just a bunch of files with the scenes and the GD scripts. That's mainly what a game is. So I'm just gonna search for the functionality on the editor and then put all the functionality to create the game from code when I pass. And then if I do that, I'm gonna be able to, because I'm gonna save the files on the same directory. I'm going to, initially that's what I said that I'm gonna do with the, like, as an addition to the other keyword arguments, because if I can, the other way that I was thinking about it is that you pass the headless and then you pass another, like, headless equals and then the path to the project, or yeah, or the name of the project, and then I can put some functionality that uses the project manager to create a project or to manage projects as well from code directly. But I think that makes it more complicated. So initially, it's better to just use the editor and then try to create, and then maybe, like, as I do things, I'm gonna see how it works, and then probably change. So the idea that I got is that probably there's gonna be a bunch of functionalities that I'm gonna want to use on any project that I want to create using Godot. So this, like, is gonna be the initial functions that I'm gonna create, which are generic functions. I didn't I couldn't think about a very good name, so I just searched some stuff and I come up with this here, which is a Hindu god or something like that. And this is gonna be a main folder. It's gonna be similar to the editor, but the main difference is gonna be that it's gonna create the files without using the editor, just from code. And then if I want to use the editor to debug some stuff, I can just open the editor, or can compile the two different versions and then open the project from the editor. It's gonna be pretty much the same thing. Just gonna wait to see if it's streaming. And slowly I'm going to try to, so the first functions are probably gonna be generic functions of things that any project's gonna have, like UE elements and stuff like that, maybe components. So I can create functions with standard components. And then later on I can create projects. The idea that I have for now is choose this folder here and then puts the subfolders of this folder as with the same name as the projects that I have. And maybe I can get them from project manager or something like that. And then for each project, I kind of specialize I use the generic functions to create the scenes of each project. But first, I want to explain the stuff. I'm gonna close, I have to close all these files. So I was looking here. The way that I'm thinking about doing this first is just searching the path here. There is an option on this file here. So basically, it's iterating over the command line arguments using this I here, and then it gets the current one calling this get, and the next one calling the next. And that's if you have two different commands. So I was looking for this, and the other value that it uses is the editor, which is a Boolean variable that they use to specify whether or not you're using the editor. And the tricky part is to figure out, I think I'm gonna end up doing, I'm probably just gonna put another option here for handles, and then set another, I'm gonna change the, whatever flag variable that they set there, I think is on the engine or something like that. I'm gonna add another one, just copy the one that they use for the editor. Because the thing is, if I do after the path, I can do it either before, you pass /e and then path. So I can do headless here. And I think this is kind of the problem as well, because I remember reading the documentation, I think there's already an option for this, so I'm gonna have to, I guess I can just search here. So I can either do it here or after you pass the path, and then here it will be the path to the project. And then I could do it here. But the problem is that I think that this functionality here is, like, there isn't a clear way to change things, because I think what this does is just changes the path that later on is going to use on the global call that I think is global's setup, which is basically just the project manager is calling the setup function on the project manager and then passing the whatever path you pass here, if you pass a path. And then it's going to use this path to search for a project Godot file, which has the project settings file, which has the project settings that's going to use to update the project settings class. And I think it looks for some other stuff as well, but mainly the project Godot. And this functionality is not directly linked with the E, because the E flag is going to determine whether or not the editor Boolean variable is set on the engine, I think. And then later on, the other functions is going to use that flag variable to determine whether or not it's going to create the main sync tree based on the editor node or not. And the thing that is kind of tricky is because the main function that it has here, all the different operational systems are going to use. So regardless of which platform you compile to, it's also going to use these functions. So it's easier to change directly from here. But all the entry points that use these functions are gonna be different depending on what kind of platform you're using. So if I want to change the code on the platform-specific functions, which is the sign-up function here, which is the main one that is gonna run the loop, mainly this one, then I'm gonna have to change on all the different platforms, and I'm gonna have to think about that. So I think it's easier to. I'm thinking now, because I'm not gonna be able to. Maybe probably the best one would be the start here, because the start is on the main and all the platforms use the same function. So probably on the start it would be ideal if I could put there. But the thing is, I think I'm not gonna be able to do that, because like if I just return from the function, then it's gonna continue to run here anyway. So it's not very good. So I have to think about a way that I can like change one piece of code that's gonna work for all the platforms, I think. Or the other options just should change on the OS, and then the OS, which I think I'm gonna be forced to, because this is the main one that's I'm probably gonna put. So maybe after here, because this one just does some stuff with a macro, and then this one is the main one. Or maybe on the main iteration I can do it, because main iteration is also the same for all platforms. So maybe I can do it here, and then on the main loop I can change as well. Yeah, because the main thing that I want to do is just call. I'm just gonna call whatever function, depending on the argument that I pass here. I just call the function that I put on the folder that I'm gonna create there, and that function is gonna call a bunch of editor functions to create everything programmatically. Later on, I'm gonna add the stuff to export the project as well. So export with the default configurations, or first check to see if the project has an export presets config. Later on, I can create that with the default configurations as well. I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, basically, I think I wrote down here. So the first thing that I'm gonna do is just create the function with layouts. So like inside of the main function, which is going to be the entry point of the stuff that I'm going to do, is going to have a setup function to get all the settings from the project settings, or to do like some other stuff that is necessary to set everything up. Then there's going to be another function that's depending on what kind of project it is. And this is the part that I'm not very clear, because it depends. Ideally, I would have something that I can use to create several, like a bunch of different projects. And this is kind of the tricky part, because each project is going to be different, but then there's going to be, on all of them, there's going to be stuff that is the same. So finding the middle way is the hard part. That's why I said that the best strategy is probably to create something in the beginning that works only for one project, then figure out what stuff all the projects are going to need, then make that generic functions. Then in one of these functions of the main entry point function, I'm going to have a setup or a function that runs depending on what kind of project it is, depending on what I pass on the command line argument, which is probably going to be the name of the project. And yeah, I can link the logic of the function with the command line arguments based on the project, and then it runs the project's specific functions based on whatever path I put there. But it's going to be way later on, so I'm just going to focus on the simple stuff for now. Yes, so someone is asking what is going on, and no, I was just talking about what I'm planning to do. But what is going on is that are you familiar with C++ and the Godot engine? Let me explain everything because it's easier. So basically, in C++, there are game engines, which are just software you can use to create games. They make a bunch of stuff a lot simpler. So it's basically a program that you run and then allows you to change everything from the high level, which is basically an editor. And then you can use this stuff to create games. So they put all the functionality on this software. And what I have on VS Code here is the source code for the editor and the engine. And I'm trying to figure out how to create the game straight from code instead of using the editor, but also have the option to use the editor if I want to. So the idea is to create the game directly from code, but then if I want to debug something, I can open the editor. I can open the game from the editor and then just see what's going on. Do you understand the explanation? This is Godot's engine, Godot's game engine. It's the only one that is truly open source that I found. And there's a Unity and Unreal Engine, which are the other two popular ones, but they are both, they are kind of open source, but it's kind of like a freemium thing where you have to, if you create something using them, you have to pay some stuff depending on the amount of money you make or something like that. Godot's the only one that is truly open source. This is C++ code this year. So I'm going to explain the stuff that so I'm gonna have to close all the stuff here. I think it's easier to search, which was one of the things that was very confusing to me that I understood yesterday, which is basically this macro here. So, and I talked about this on the last string about the signals. So the reason why it was confusing to me is because at some point, maybe I should look for the signals again. When you're subscribing signals, it's going to use a class called classDB, and it's going to use a function from the classDB class to check whether or not the signal is subscribed to. And in Godot, the way that it works is that the main class, they use this classDB to register all the classes that the project is going to use and register its methods. And then basically this class is going to serve, as far as I understand now, as the interface between Godot and the GDScript language. So they assign all these classes, they subscribe all these classes through this classDB, which I think it stands for database. And then the GDScript can query this class in order to retrieve the information from classes to run the code. But the thing that is, and the connect, which is the function that you use to subscribe signals, is related to this. Because it checks to see, it uses this classDB to check whether or not the signal is subscribed to. But the issue here, so it's basically this function here that uses to see if there is a signal or not. But the thing that I didn't understand is that it uses this get class name. And mainly, Godot's gonna subscribe classes that inherit from the object class, which is the base class that they use to create nodes on the visualization. And the nodes are part of the scene tree. The scene tree is the main data structure that is used to create the scenes, which is basically the game. So the data for the game. Is the video a part of your? Yeah, there's several other. I created a new playlist for Godot, but I only put the last two streams, I think, or three, because initially I was doing for C++, but I think at some point later on I'm going to change. I'm gonna add all the other streams related to Godot, but you can search for the keyword, I think, on the YouTube channel. So if you search for Godot here, then it's pretty much, I'm pretty sure I put Godot on all the names. Yeah, but there's a lot of stuff. So usually I try to talk about the relevant stuff in the beginning, this stuff that I learned previously. And then after that, I'm just figuring things out while live streaming. So yeah. And I do this way because I don't want to spend a bunch of energy editing videos and stuff like that, because then it takes away from the energy that I have to learn stuff. So yeah. But basically, the part that was confusing to me last time is that there's this get class name here function, which seems to come from the object class. And then they use this get class name to subscribe methods as well and subscribe classes on the class DB. And the weird thing about this function is that I think it's this one that it calls. Maybe now, or maybe it's another one. But basically, when you go over with the debugger and you're stepping over, it's gonna go. It only shows when the function returns the object string. So the class name is always going to be object when you're stepping over with the debugger. And that's kind of confusing because then it makes you think that all the class names are the same on the class DB because the function returns the object string. But that's not true. And what's going on is that the macro there that they put, the purpose of the macro is to extend the functionalities of classes that are going to inherit from object. The reason why they do this is because it's easier to create the macro than write the code again and again for all the classes. So it is related to the script, but not directly. It's related indirectly because the purpose of this is to subscribe the classes that you pass here to the class DB class, because the class DB is going to be the main one that the GDScript interfaces with. So that's the main point of using this thing here. And this is a macro so the first one is a class that you want to subscribe, and the second one is the parent of that class. And then here they declare, so this is kind of the stuff that is confusing. Like all this code here is, you can imagine as if this is being copy pasted inside of here. So it becomes a part of this class here that is using the GD class macro. And then one of the functions of this code, which the debugger doesn't go over because I think that it is being done with a macro. That's why it's confusing. One of the functions is the get class name v. So the get class name is a virtual function because the object class is an abstract class. So when you inherit from object, you can override that function. And then it's one of these functions that is used to, I think it's this one, yeah, get class static, is used to put the name of the class. So here, if I remember, I'm pretty sure if you have true is the token pasting operator. So probably when you have one, is just replacing. So what this is doing is pretty much initializing a string with the name of the class. So in this case would be, since this class here called the macro, and then it passed this class inside of the macro, this is going to be the M class there. So doing this is similar to doing this. So this function is going to return this thing here. And when you're subscribing the object, then there's going to be a function on the object, I think, that is the same name, that returns object. And then this is the string that is used to subscribe classes with the class DB. because the class DB uses a global object called classes, which global hash actually called classes, which is the hash where they are gonna map this name, which is the name of the class, with the methods of the class. And there's some additional information, I think, to keep track of the memory where the class is located, so that later on, when other classes want to see if a class exists or subscribe signals and stuff like that, it's going to use the class DB to do that, which is going to check on this global object. And then the global object is going to retrieve, based on the class name, it's going to retrieve the type of the class. So I think I can find the functions there, but it's basically queuing based on the global object, based on the name of the class that is being passed to the function that is going to check. And then this becomes a type, a pointer to a type. So this type here is going to be basically as if you're calling the object. And then there's another value there that they store, which is a class called method info, if I remember correctly, which is basically just another class to store all the information of what the functions need. So for example, in this function, you would get the name of the function, maybe the address and the amount of arguments, the argument names and stuff like that, and the types, and it stores everything on this method info. And that's how they're able to retrieve the classes later. So that's pretty much what's going on, and it's kind of confusing because of the macro. So I'm gonna see if I can find the functions again, because I forgot. There's one that is there on the, this is a string name, so maybe it's here. This macro is declared on the same file as the object is. Yeah, so this is the function I was talking about. So at some point, it's going to call this function to subscribe classes, and this just returns object. But what is tricky is that the macro overrides this when you put, and this is the reason why if you want the classes to be accessible to GD script, I think, you always have to use the macro here, because this is going to allow, it's going to put the class on the class DB based on its name, which is going to make it available to GD script. And GD script is just a module from Godot, which is, I'm going to study this after I do some of the steps that I put. And basically, so there's I forgot the name of the, I'm going to put the breakpoint, and then I'm going to try to see if I can find it again, which is the thing that I did yesterday, is inside of the macro, I think, add class true. Should they have to expose, because otherwise the classes don't have access, but then there's a comment there to not access that. And the other confusing part is that this initialize class here, whenever you are using, or whenever you are using the macro that they create, which is memnew, which is a special macro that they create because they're creating a memory pool and they are overriding the new operator. And basically based on this macro, is going to allow them to put the memory allocated for the class on a memory pool that they create to optimize the way that they are using memory, because they want to put everything together, I think, on the same heap, instead of allowing the default function from malloc or calloc on C++, which would allocate the memory on random places. When you do things like this, it allows you to allocate all of them like on the same space, which makes it faster. And there's some other customizations there that they do, but that's pretty much why they use the macro. So when you use this macro, it allows you to subscribe functionality that is going to run after the memory is allocated, which is called post initialize object or something like that. There's two functions that run, or maybe one function, but then that function calls several different functions. And one of the functions that function calls is this initialize class v, I think, which calls this initialize class, which is the function that is used to subscribe the class on class DB. So because object class has this, most functions, I think all the functions that use the memnew that inherit from object are going to run this other functionality here from the macro of GD class that is going to put these classes on the class DB, which uses the global object to keep track of everything. But I'm going to go over with the debugger, just step over the stuff. Yeah, it's this add class here, I think. But this, I think it depends. So in this instance, it's going to call, so it's using a template to call with the object type, but I think the macro has this, which was the function that I was looking at there, which is from the macro. So whenever you subscribe with GD class, it's gonna call with the type of the class, not the object, I think. And then it changes the functionality of this, which basically depends on the type you pass here. So here would be, yeah, so this is exactly the function that the debugger steps over. So when you're calling from the object, when you're initializing the object straight away, then it's gonna call the function from the object class, which uses the template of object, which is going to replace this t here with object. So it's as if it's calling like this, which is going to make the thing call the function that is related to the object. But when you call this when you subscribe a class with the GD class, then what's going to happen is that it's going to call the other function that I was looking at with the type of the class you're calling from. So it's going to call the get as class static from the macro. And the macro is the one that I was showing there, which gets the name of the class that you used to subscribe. So this case would be this class here, because the template there is going to be equal to this class here and not object. I'm going to put breakpoints, and then I had to remove them because this is done in several parts of the code, so it becomes kind of annoying to do it. To leave the stuff there. I think it's this one is the entry point, and they have to make it public because then other classes can't subscribe because then they wouldn't have access, I think. So it's basically because, and there's other stuff that they put here, a comment that is related to memory as well. I'm gonna put 2 hours here, then I'm gonna take a break. I think I'm gonna continue after. But I'm gonna run there with the debugger to show this stuff, because I want to show the parts at this macro here. So I want to show from the high level how they subscribe the methods and the classes. So I'm gonna run with the debugger. Hopefully it stops there at some point. Then after I do that and I explain this stuff, then I'm going to continue to follow the steps there. And the main idea I have first is to change. I think the easiest thing to do is just copy the way that they did the functionality for the editor. And I'm gonna have to, the tricky thing and annoying thing is gonna be changing the build system. But I think I can just go based on what I'm gonna try to basically copy everything that they did for the editor, because then it probably is gonna make sense. What? Oh, it's because of this, I think. Yeah, so I have to close this to run there probably. Basically, the main thing that I have to do is just change probably the easiest thing to do is just put a generic, like, to check only if there is an argument called headless, and then if there is the argument called headless, then I change the functionality to run my function instead of running the editor. Yeah, but the problem is, I think I have to check for the other ones. So first I have to clarify, because it is a problem unless I put, but it feels like kind of duct tape code if I check on my own code to see if the project settings loaded a project or not. I think it's better to use the functionality that they use to check whether or not the project was loaded, and then put the stuff on that as well. So basically I'm gonna see, because they use flag variables, and then based on the command line arguments, they change the value of these flag variables. And then they change some of the values on the engine and on the other classes to manage the control flow of what's going to happen depending on what kind of flags you're passing to execute the editor. This is weird. It's, I wonder if it's because I have this open, but that wouldn't make sense. I don't know why it's not running now, the debugger. If I close and open again. But it could be because I changed. Oh, now it's running. But I think, yeah, I have to comment out some stuff because I was gonna do the module, so I just copied the stuff that they do on the tutorial there on the documentation. So maybe I think it's probably, yeah, that's the issue. Because I put some of the files here. They tell you to create this as sub file and then to create this config file here. So I think this is the problem. This is probably something. I'm going to just delete the files thing. Or maybe I changed something else. It's weird because I think that's, I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna delete the files because it's easier and then see if it works. It's weird because it was working yesterday, but I don't remember if I stepped over with I think I stepped over with the debugger before I created the files. So hopefully it's gonna work now. Legal escape sequence. It could be because I changed the project as well. I remember because I was testing stuff. I'm gonna open the project because I was trying to see. So there are two main things. That's the way that it works. One is by the scenes, and the other one is attaching the scripts to the scenes. And all that this stuff do is change a file on the project, I think. So yeah, in this case, I think it was this shoe here. So I was checking, I'll open this, I think. Is the file of the scene. That's basically all the editor is doing, and all the other functionality just to show the stuff that is happening with the GUI. So creating the GUI elements for the editor and changing the visualization of the viewport. But all that it is doing that is relevant to the engine is just writing to these files here. So if you can figure out how to, what kind of stuff they use to write the files and to read the files, then I was always thinking about that as well. You can even do something completely separate from Godot and just create the files programmatically. But I think it becomes more annoying because you have to do more stuff. But maybe at some point it's worth doing this as well. How often do you try to understand how open source works? Do you think it improves your coding skills effectively? Yes, improves a lot. I think it's probably one of the best things to do because you have to think that, like the way that I think is that I assume that people that did this are probably, it's not that they are smarter, but they have a lot more experience and they probably went through a bunch of different challenges and figure stuff out along the way. So that the resulting code is going to be already based on all the lessons that they learned and they had to do. So by studying their code, obviously, like you can figure out a bunch of stuff that you're maybe not doing. And but it's very hard to understand in the beginning, but then if you do it a bunch of times, it becomes easier and easier. So I don't do it very often. It's more about what I want to do. So I reverse engineer, and I talk about this a lot, but it's the way that I think is the best. Like there's a book called Seven Habits of Highly Effective People, and one of the principles that he talks about is begin with the end in mind, and I really believe that. So the way that I think about it is like you follow your curiosity first and what you want to do, and then from that point you're gonna naturally have a bunch of questions because you don't know a bunch of stuff, and then the process of figuring out is by coming up with a bunch of questions and then trying to constantly expand on, because you have to assume that you don't know what you don't know, so constantly trying to expand your knowledge based on what you don't know, and looking at other people's code that have a lot more experience is obviously great. So I think it makes a lot of sense. But the downside is that it's very hard in the beginning. So you need to have patience, and like the way that it's gonna go is that it's gonna feel impossible in the beginning because there's too much stuff, and it's gonna feel overwhelming, and it's gonna be very confusing. And then over time, you're going to clarify each thing. And as you clarify things, there's less stuff that you have to think about because it was already embedded in your subconscious mind. And then it starts becoming more clear and more clear until you have it feels like a light bulb moment, or like where instantly everything becomes clarified. And that's because you accumulated everything until that point. And that's the threshold of automation, I think. That's when you becomes like it becomes a subconscious thing. Well, maybe it doesn't have anything to do because yeah, this project that I'm trying to load, I'm pretty sure it's on the resources that there is a problem, but it's from another. So I'm gonna have to. So maybe I changed something on the project and I don't remember. But it's very weird because I do remember it working. So I think I'm gonna try to open the 3D game from the editor and see if it works. Because it was working, and then I'm gonna change the name there. Maybe I did something here. Maybe it's because I'm using the wrong. I'm using the dev. It's weird because I'm pretty sure that I didn't change anything. And it was working yesterday, so I'm not really sure what's going on. It seems that it's something to do with the resources because of the messages there. Illegal escape sequence. So maybe I changed something by mistake on the code. It's also possible. Or I changed something on the GD class, maybe. Oh, it's because of the stuff that I did there. So I think that's the problem. So I'm gonna close this again. It's probably because I changed the file there. I think now it worked. I probably changed something as was explaining there, and then it fucked it up the code. When it puts a giant macro like this, have to put here. At first, I think last times that I've seen this, I thought that I didn't like this that much, but now I understand why they did like this because it makes sense. Because if you think about it, there isn't a clear way to do it because you want to be able to use this at any class, and obviously it doesn't make sense to hard code stuff. So it makes sense to put everything on a macro, but the biggest downside is the thing. Maybe they could do like a standard class instead of using a macro, but they probably did a macro for optimization because the macro copy pastes the code inside of the class, and the compiler is optimized for that. So hey, what's up, man? March starts learning. How depends how much you know. When I was beginner, the thing that is tough is because like obviously I went through a bunch of things. So I didn't start learning from open source right away. Uh, I probably did this the way that I did was I was learning something and then I used a library and then I didn't like the feeling of because if you it's kind of like because I learned from the front end. So on the front end, you usually are going to use a bunch of libraries because it's just more efficient. It's faster to code this way. But then the problem is that if you create a bunch of dependencies and you don't understand how the dependencies work, then like when something breaks, you don't know what to do because you're building everything on a house of cards. So the way that I thought about it is that when I downloaded these libraries, like the more important a library is for your project, the more incentivized you are to look at the source code. And then other libraries that are more replaceable, they're not that important. So for my example, I had something for that creates a color picker. And that thing I didn't spend a bunch of time understanding because I thought that there are other libraries that do that, and it's probably not that difficult to do it in case it breaks or figure out how it works. But then I was also using 3GS, and then 3GS was much more important to understand because it was like it was a bigger part of what I was trying to do. And then that's the reason why I spent a bunch of time trying to understand 3GS and Vue.js. But it was very hard because there isn't a lot of resources for this, so it's gonna be hard in the beginning. And what I usually do is just go over the code. Like I open on GitHub, so it has to be based on a project that you want to do, like something you're curious about. You think about building something that you think it would be interesting to build, like remove everything from your mind, like all the constraints, and think about like if you could snap your fingers and something shows up in reality, what would that thing be? And then from that point, you start asking a bunch of questions of like what would have to happen for that thing to exist, and why it doesn't exist, and what are the science related to those kinds of things. And then that's gonna make you have a lot of questions. Then you write the questions down, and then you start searching for the answers. And then you try to write down relevant keywords to expand the knowledge you have. But why are you learning React and TypeScript? That's the most important thing because that's exactly the stuff that I'm talking about. Like it's understandable that people do that because you have pressure and you want to get a job and stuff like that, make money. So I completely understand that, but you have to be careful to not focus on the tool because the tool is a consequence. And this is what the problem is because like the systems incentivize people to think backwards about stuff. So you think about React and TypeScript and this other stuff because they're trying to get a job, but those are consequences and those stuff is probably going to change, has more variance. And what matters is what kind of problem you want to solve and why you want to solve that problem, and then how the tools are used to solve that problem. So React is a front-end management library, and TypeScript is a language that React uses in order to make code easier to debug on large-scale projects. Because if you have types, it makes it easier for people to work together to build the project. And React is a state management library. So what does that mean? That means that on browser, you're going to have state, and the reason why I have states because of data. So the way that websites work is based on data, because the data is the thing that determines what's going to show up on the screen. Just changing the pixel colors to create the information you see. So, like you need to think about what you would like, what kind of website you want to build, and why you want to build that. So usually there's 3 circles that people talk about. It's basically so one circle is what you're good at. A bunch of people talk about this as well. The other one is what you like. And the other one is what makes money, because you have to survive. So this here is going to be AI. We all know that. Everything is going to be automated. You can run away from this. So this circle here is AI. what you're good at, you should assume that you're not good at anything, because if you're really good, if you were really good, people would be throwing money at you. But it might be the case that you're just good and you don't know how to monetize and stuff like that. But I prefer to think about what you like here and then try to find this point here, the cross section of this shoe. But ideally, obviously, you have a tree, because the cross section of this shoe, if you're curious about stuff, you're gonna learn and eventually you're gonna become very good, which is gonna put you here, because eventually you're gonna increase your skills. So what matters most is what you like. And then AI is naturally gonna be integrated with that, because at some point you're gonna try to think about how to automate everything, because that's how everything is working. We're learning to be so think about a project you want to, like, what stuff are you curious about? And then you're gonna have to gauge like the level of skill that it takes, which is hard to do because obviously you don't know, so it's a paradox. But you can kind of gauge based on the intuition, and then if you follow that path and you find that it's too hard, then you just try to go for easier projects in the beginning. But you should be like begin with the end in mind and then try to build a gradient from the end, which is gonna be, so at first, for example, like you can create a page that displays a counter, for example. Then from that page, you can create something else, then something else. And the general direction is going to be the vision you have for the end goal. And that's going to change all the time, because as your skills grow, you're going to change the way that you see things. So it's going to make you naturally deviate to other things. And then there's always going to be this constant fight for the balance, because nobody's perfect. And that's the evolution of time. So you're always going to be going back and forth between not losing sight of the vision you have, but at the same time, not being carried away by focusing on the results, because you can't control the results. So don't focus on the tool, focus on what you want to do, and then derive the tools from that point. And you're naturally going to gravitate towards, but it's going to be very difficult because of the trade-offs, and nobody knows very well. So it's like part of the learning process. So if you're gonna do things with React and TypeScript, think about a website that you want to create and why you want to create that, and then start from that point. And usually what I do to learn stuff from source code is basically all the libraries are gonna have an entry point, which is or entry point or classes, and they're usually gonna have the documentation here. So they usually have a simple example of what you can do with the library. So the way that I do it is you just download the source code, and then you put this on a file, and then on VS Code you can press F12. Then when you press F12, it goes to the definition of things, and then you start trying to create a mental model of how everything is connected. But I also made a video on another channel when I was starting. I wanted to create another channel at some point, but I decided it's not worth it for now. But I pretty much try to condense everything that I think is important. If you don't know anything about programming, about Python and JavaScript, it should be helpful. But I can explain as well again if you want. But the thing is, I'm not really sure, because it's hard to put myself in the position of someone that was starting, so I'm not really sure if I'm gonna be able to grasp everything. But one of the main things that I didn't understand when I was starting is that the main thing a computer does is just manipulate information. So when I didn't know anything, like this is one of the struggles I had in the beginning, because I thought that computers were capable of way more things because of the way that is like perceived by the outside. But all that is happening is that a computer is manipulating information. So just manipulating zeros and ones. And the way you can change things on the physical world as a consequence of that is because everything is connected with information. So you're tapping into the field of the universe to place your own behavior on matter based on the structure of geometry you create and how you interact with that geometry. That creates a sequence of zeros and ones based on logic gates that logic gates just made out of transistors. Transistor is just a piece of matter that is gonna, based on the voltage of something, is gonna determine whether or not the electromagnetic field changes or not, and that's considered a 0 or 1. So it's based on voltage and current and resistance. And then the way that it works is based on a clock, and then there's a logic gate that allows you to save bits based on the logic of transistors, and that's the memory. So the best playlist, probably the beginning, is this one. I always recommend, because it's probably the best playlist that I've seen, is this one, building an 8-bit computer. That's, if you watch this a bunch of times, he answers pretty much the fundamental questions you're gonna have about how the computers think. And then this is the video that I made as well, that I tried to encapsulate everything that I think is important in the beginning to explore. I'm from Brazil. So let me go back to this stuff here. So basically, I think this situation is going to be from the object. So I want to see from, I'm going to skip this time because I'm going to see where it's at. So it's on time here. But now I think, so from GD class is going to call this stuff. And then remember that the reason why it's calling this stuff already is because it skipped some function of the macro. So the T here is just going to be the class, the timer class, and not the object. So this is the part that I said that it skips. It's supposed to go to the definition of the get class static, which is the name of, which is going to be return time and not object. So here is showing object. I think maybe gets from the class that was inherited as well, but it's supposed to be time on this one, I think. So the parent class is going to be object. And here, I think it skips the time one. CPUs and hardware. Oh, so it should be easier for you if you have knowledge on these things. The part that I didn't like looking back at it now, is that I think it was very bad the way that but it's very hard to find good resources that bridge the gap between these two places. So you have the baseline, which is the fundamental stuff about computer science. Then you have the high level, which is just the programming languages you use usually to get hired, which is JavaScript and Python. And then what people generally recommend is to use Free Code Camp to do the challenges, and that's what I did. But looking back at it now, I don't think it's very good, because one of the main frustrations I had when I was starting out is that it's not difficult to understand the language, the syntax of the language. And most people teach to beginners from that standpoint. So, for example, here they say, oh, while you can do a loop on C++ or whatever. But the main question I always had is like, why does the computer understand this keyword but doesn't understand this other symbol here? Or there's a difference in symbols. And the reason why is because of the compiler. So you encode information on the grammar based on the rules. And then the other question is like, how is that possible to create the compilers? So how is it possible to create the rules in the first place if you don't have the information? Which is another paradox, which is the hardest thing to figure out in the beginning. But the reason why it's possible is just because it's a standard. So there's nothing special about it. People just agreed that some combinations of zeros and ones are going to be equal to a letter. So zeros and ones are going to make up the decimal number based on the conversion. And then from the conversion, the decimal is going to be equal to a letter just based on agreement. So this first encoding of information is like a static encoding, and it's based on agreements. And then from that place, you use that to create the rules, because that's already programming. So like the first place where programming comes from is a static determination of what the signals mean. Because you can use a EEPROM that they call, which is going to save combinatorial logic based on this. I forgot the name of the gate that saves the memory. He has on Beneater, I forgot the name, but there's a gate that saves memory. Escaping my mind now. So use that gate to encode combinatorial logic, which is always, combinatorial logic is just going to be, it's always going to be the same logic regardless of what the computer does. And then you connect that gate with other parts of the computer. And then that creates the initial flow of information. Then from that point, you determine that some letters are gonna be equivalent to certain numbers. And then from that point, you can encode the first commands. So the first commands are just static logic. There's an agreement that people did. And then because you have these first commands, then it allows you to encode the other commands because you can put these commands together in certain ways that creates rules that determine the state of the computer. And that's the first part of the compilation process. And then from that, it becomes this recursive thing because you can build on the rule set that you create to create more abstraction. I have many questions when I start to use a library or framework, like how it works behind the scenes, but I just use it because most people follow tutorials. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The reason why this happens is because of the paradox of search engines, which is that knowledge, I think most things, it's kind of like a ball, in the same way that Earth is a ball. And so most people, the masses are going to gravitate to the center. And if you want to expand, you're going to go to the surface. So there's a lack of alignment of incentives. So usually the videos that get the most views, which are the ones that most incentivized to do because you make more money, are the videos that are not going to focus on things that are important because they're trying to gain views. And in order to gain views, you have to make videos for people that don't know anything. And that creates the paradox because then like you're just going to teach them the surface level stuff. And then there's going to be this gap of the stuff that they have to figure out on their own in order to really understand what they're doing. And most people don't want to do that because there isn't a high enough incentive to do this. So the best approach that I found, but also like I'm not very good at it because obviously if I was, I would be getting a lot more views on the other channel. But it's basically the idea that I had was just, and I think this is probably the best way to bridge the two, is to have something that's like you kind of clickbait people into watching your video, and then you put like nuggets of information about the keywords that allows them to go more in depth, and this way you create a funnel, which is pretty much the same thing that they do on most companies that like use a sales funnel. It's pretty much the same thing. So you have a surface level product which is cheaper, and then you gain most of the money on the back end because of retention rate. That creates a funnel, which is the way that information works. So I think that the best way is to do this. So if people did JavaScript tutorials, for example, and they talked about the main keywords for you to explore, and they created other videos that are more advanced, and they create a pathway from the surface level to the lower level, and they gave an overall general view of how the connection is made, then I think people would learn a lot faster. But it's very hard to do this as well, and there isn't a lot of incentive to do it. So this is the reason why. And the other thing is that SEO gets hacked and gamified because of bots and AI. This is the whole problem of AI and content creation, which generates a vicious cycle. So the AI can deviate for things that are not stable because it's creating its own data to learn, which can be not grounded in reality. So it makes the AI too open-minded, which makes it have too high variance, which makes everything collapse eventually. Is the SR latch is the gate that creates memory, and this is the one. And these other ones are variations of SR latch that are based on the clock cycle. The clock cycle is the main thing that is going to synchronize the parts of the computer through bus, which is the channels used to pass information from one part of the computer to the other. It's like probably the best videos by far on computer. These videos here are highly recommend. So here, this is what I'm saying, is that it passes from that function to this one, but it doesn't, the step over, the debugger doesn't show the actual functions that are called there to get the name of the timer class. It just shows the object. And I think the reason why is because that GD class is a macro, so for some reason the compiler does, or the VS Code debugger doesn't understand. Yeah, but here you can see that P class, which is this thing here, is time. And this was it got from the other function, which is get static class or something like that. and it only shows it only showed the one for the object because the object is the one that is declared on the class itself, on the object class, and the other ones are declared on the macro. So the compiler skips them. But this is the main function that is gonna put classes is the global object that I was talking about, which is a hash, which is gonna is gonna map the name of the class to the class info. This class info is a class or a struct inside of the class DB, which is going to be used to hold all the information from the class. So it's like they're creating an abstraction to hold the data relevant to the class, and then later on they're going to use to bind methods. They're going to bind the methods of the class into this class info here. So that way they have all the classes and all the functions, and they don't allow function overloading on this stuff here. There's some part there that they check for this. So basically, if you have a class that has a function that was overloaded, you're not going to be able to subscribe the method. But I don't think that's very important. So this was the one that I was talking about. So it doesn't show when it calls get class static here. It's calling for the time class. And these other classes that it calls is just stuff that is going under the hood, because these classes use the other classes to pass it. So when you call this class, when you call this function, the type there is a string name. So what the compiler is doing, the string name is a class that they created on Godot to change the functionality of strings because of the memory optimization that they do. And then on this class, they overload the copy operator. So every time, or it's either one of these, basically the one that is passing here, which is the address. So they overload a bunch of stuff on this class here. And usually the compiler does that as well. When you pass this variable to a class, it either creates a copy or pass a reference. And that's why the functions are showing there, is the overloaded functions for this class that happen when you call the class, because you're passing strings to the class, and when the function is going out of the stack, because then it calls the destructor for the classes that it created. I'm gonna show this, but because I wanted to see from the point of view of the functions that call these other functions. So before it initializes the class, it's gonna call memnew, but maybe at the end I'm gonna be able to show. So here is another thing that they do. So first it calls that macro, and then it puts the class, which has the class info. It does a map there with the global object to the class info, and then stores the information for the class on the class DB. And then it's going to call these functions here, which are pretty much subscribing the methods of the class inside of the class DB. So it's just taking the methods, and the way that it does that is through this macro here. So the first name is going to be the name of the function, and the other names here is going to be names of arguments. And then it's going to pass this to the bind method, which is also going to hold this information on the class DB. So these ones are kind of confusing because of the types, and in the way that it figures out the types of the arguments. But basically it's going through this macro, which is very similar to the macros that it call, or to the not macros, the functions that it calls to. This one actually is a macro, but the functions that it calls on the signal to emit the signal is pretty much the same thing, where they create this variadic template to pass an arbitrary number of arguments here. The first is going to be the method name. Then they create this array to the variance, and then the +1 in case you pass one that doesn't have arguments. So if you pass a function that doesn't have arguments, there's one that is the default here, I think. And then they're going to pass this to so they initialize this other pointer here using these ones, which are equal to the ones that pass here as arguments. So this is a pointer to an array, and then initializes this other one, which is using basically a copy, or initializing empty, this one empty with the size of this, and then here is just copying, is creating the pointers to the address that has the args here. And then it's going to pass this as a pointer of a pointer to this function here. So it's basically just passing the arguments that the function has, if the function has any. arguments in the name. And the way that it's going to start is there is this method definition, and there's another method, I think is method info, which is the one that is used on the global hash, I think. This is the global hash that stores the class, which is the one that I just saw, just based on GD class. But there's another one. Maybe it's inside of the class info, I think. Yeah, so this is the method map. So it's going to store the methods on this method map here. And the way that it stores the name of the method and the method bind, which is a class that is used to store the information of the method. So at some point, it's going to call this, it's going to put this method map on this function. And then on the other functions, it's going to check to see whether or not the class has the method based on this method map here. This class info is a struct inside of the class DB. Instance class, I think, no, the name is the name of the method. Instance class is the class that the method is from. These parts, like these small nuances here, also the nuances on the connect thing and the emit signal, it's not very clear to me why they do it like this. Because it seems to me that there could be parts of this that are simplified, but I'm not really sure. Because the problem is that it's very complex, so like if you change something, then it risks breaking a bunch of things, and then it becomes very hard to figure out. So, but it seems kind of redundant that you have the name and the instance. Actually, the name no, but the instance. Because if you're gonna map based on the other stuff, but maybe it doesn't matter that much as well because it's a small thing. So it's probably, I think it probably doesn't matter that much. And then it has the argument type and the argument count as well. And some flags. So here is just passing so the arguments are going to be stored as this static C string, probably for some memory optimization as well. And it stores everything on this method definition. And then it's going to pass this method definition to the other function there, because this is the first macro that it calls. Then the class DB bind methods is the one that is going to use this. So the first argument is going to be method definition. The other argument is going to be the function from the class, which is the method from the class. And those are the main things that are going to be used on the class DB bind method to map the method on the class info. So here, this returns the method definition there, I think. And then here is based on the templates, but it's basically, this is going to be that class there that the macro created. And then it's going to create the method bind from that, actually from the method, which is the function. And then passes this bind. So if I remember, it's going to create the method map hash based on this stuff here. So the first one is the method name. I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I want to do the other stuff that I have to do. Yeah, so the method name is the method definition. So it is the class that returned there. It's kind of confusing because it's method name here, but it's actually the class that they create from the macro. And then the bind is the method bind that it creates based on the name of the class. If I remember, it's going to put this some points on the class DB. So it sets the name based on the MD name, which is probably this stuff here. And with this code, it's kind of weird sometimes because like sometimes it's fading the code here on places that is actually running when it is not supposed to. Whenever it is faded like this, it's supposed to mean that this is not the version that is running. But I think it's because like when you compile with scones and the compilation, the resulting executable depends on the compilation process, it messes up the hints here from VS Code because it probably uses a different, like on the configuration that I have on the launch.json to debug this, it probably is creating something slightly different or something like that. Basically, it's gonna set the name based on just transferring the information of the thing the method definition that created with the macro to the method bind that creates based on the name of the class, I think, or I don't remember, but that it created on the other function there. The instance is gonna be the name of the class, I think. The types I didn't see that much. I didn't look into too much that. There's some comment about the static C string there as well. This as name here. And this is relevant to usually, so they created this macro here to optimize strings are going to be used very often. So usually they recommend you to use this when you're calling the emit signal. Or whatever stuff that is going to run a bunch of times. So it just creates the string name based on the whatever pass here. Oh, nice. And Kabong Jazz again. Yeah, just do what I said before. Searching for the library. So is this library here that you're talking about? So basically what I will do, so I just searched this here, and then I clicked on the first link. So basically what I would do is just go to the GitHub, then download the code. Then I'll look here on the example. And I'll try to put this on a VS Code. So open a file, open the project, then open another file and then put this. Or search on the VS Code directly based on the stuff you have here. And like I said, it's gonna be difficult in the beginning, but if you take a bunch of time, then it's gonna be. And so the biggest trade-off with this is you have to keep in mind is that it's gonna be there's always a trade-off of energy. So you have to be really careful with what project you choose to dive deep into. Because the downside of doing what I'm doing is that you can get you in paralysis by analysis because you want to study everything and you don't have time or energy to study everything. So you have to create a hierarchy of stuff that is important. That's why I said that it's better to begin with the end in mind so that you go more in depth on the things that you make sure you go more in depth on the things that are actually important to you. So only go deeper, at least from the way that I look at it, only go deeper on stuff that you think is very relevant to what you're doing. And all the other stuff, just use whatever other people create. So that's basically what I would do. Just open the project and then just go over, like read the simple stuff here and then try to see like, just based on common sense on the suggestions. So here it looks like they are using a context. This is probably similar to the way that React works, but maybe not, maybe it's different. But the first thing that comes to my mind is just context from React. And the purpose of a context on React is so you can send information to the different parts of the tree without having to directly connect them. So it's like a global object that allows you to pass information. That's the first thing that comes to my mind here. Then here is supposed to define a gravity and loads the sprites, put these events. Yeah, so in the beginning, I don't know much. And then what I would do is just search for the keywords on the project. But it looks like it's creating this separate objects here and then adding events to the objects. So this is probably the main thing that you have to do in the beginning. So you always call Kaboom. Kaboom probably sets up some global object or something like that in the beginning. And then after you do that, you create these other structures that are probably going to interact with the context to do stuff. Usually the names that are on the left side are going to be arbitrary names because it's variables. So variables is a symbol you create to allocate space in memory, and the other symbols on the right are usually going to be the ones that are created by the library. So I always go from the symbols on the right. And the more specific that can be the thing, the better as well, because obviously if I put like this, it's going to find a bunch of stuff that is not relevant. If I think that on here, I'm not sure why it's not, maybe if you click here. There is an option there on the other project that I have to remove stuff. So if you click on the three dots here, you can exclude files. And the way that you exclude is by putting the extension here. Or you can put the star and then star. It's like a special character that is going to remove all the files that have a certain pattern. So if you put like this, it's going to remove all the MD files from the top. I think if you put a comma to add others, and then if you put two stars and then this, it's going to remove all the .md files from levels below, I think. I don't remember this very well. But basically, I would put the patterns here, the keywords that they use on here. Probably the lowest, set gravity is probably the best in the beginning. Because probably the way that it's going to work is based on a physics engine, and then you're going to have assets, which are the resources. So it's probably better to. And then this is stuff that I mean that everything that you learn is going to make it easier because there's always fundamental patterns on everything. So because I already know some stuff on C++ and about game programming in general, it's going to be a lot easier for me to find stuff because I already know the fundamental stuff. So I know that because game library is going to have a way to manage assets. Sprite is one type of asset that is going to be based on images. Then it's going to have a physics engine, and it's probably going to have a loop, which is the game loop, and then it's going to call stuff sequentially to update the physics engine, update the resources. Then it's going to probably have some classes and functions to manage the resources. So all this stuff is based on fundamental principles. I recommend that if you are interested in game programming, I highly recommend reading these articles from Scratch Pixel as well. And it's always better to try to learn from the fundamental principles, because fundamental principles is more important and it's going to translate to a bunch of more things because it's like this stuff that never changes between different frameworks. It's just the fundamental mathematics of what game programming is. So if you understand this better, it makes everything else easier to understand as well. But it's always like this because there's always this trade-off between short-term gratification and then long-term rewards. So usually the stuff that gives you the most rewards on the long term, you're not going to see any benefit on the short term. And which one you study for is going to depend on your hierarchy of needs, depending on what you want to do right now. But I highly recommend reading a bunch of these articles here to understand the fundamentals. Oh, and in VS Code, you can also F12 is probably the most useful thing that I've learned about VS Code. I think if you're using PyCharm, it's going to be Control B. But basically, you just put the cursor on whatever thing you want to understand, and then you press F12. And this is supposed to go to the definition. But it might not go in this case here as well, because it depends on the way that you compile the project or that you set up things. So here, probably what would you have to do? What you would have to do is just follow the documentation in the beginning, to figure out how to set up the project. It's probably going to be node modules, so you call npm install there. It has on the documentation. Yeah, here you probably install this with npm init, then you run this stuff, and this is probably going to create a folder called my game. So it's switching to the folder, and then you run dev there. So if you do that, you're just going to allow VS Code to understand where the definitions of the stuff is. And usually on JavaScript and on TypeScript, it's going to go to the type when you press F12. So if you want to go to the actual definition, what usually I did was I press F12, it goes to the file that has the types, and then I click here on top. And then usually on the same folder, you're going to have a JavaScript file with the same name that is going to have the actual code. And then you just click on that file to search for the actual code and not the types. It's also something that I thought about, and I'm not really sure if I'm the one that's seeing this like incorrectly, but like I don't see too much the point of going to the types instead of like, because it seems like maybe it's a difference in values, but it seems that if you go to the type directly, you're not trying to understand how the thing actually works. It's like it's like duct tape solution or putting a band-aid on stuff. That's how I look at it when you just use types to understand what's going on. Because what you're pretty much saying is that the final thing is the thing that matters, but I don't think that's the case, because usually what matters most when you're building software is going to be to have an understanding of the overall structure of how everything is connected and how it works. And then it's much more important to understand the relationship of how data moves through functions. Like what is happening to the data as it moves through the functions. And in order to understand this, you have to look into how the function works. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to look into the types. Yeah, so this is the name of the class, and then because it added the class on the macro there, the beginning, on this global object that is a hash that is going to contain the class name. It's going to map the class name with this class DB info, or this class info. Because it did this before, then here is just going to get the type from that. So it's going to create a pointer to that type, which is the class info type that has the information for the class. And then here is going to use that type to create the other map, I think. So it first puts the method name on this method order. This method order is going to keep track of which method was subscribed to the class first, I think. Just passing the name there. And then here it puts that on the type. So the type is the class info there that it puts on the class's global hash map there. And then that class info has the method map, which is another hash that maps the name of the method with the method bind, which is the other class that it uses to hold the information of what the method uses. So the method name, the instance class that has the method, is the class that has the method, and the stuff related to arguments. So it's basically this class here. And then later on, it's going to use this method map, I think on the signals, or some other places to get information. And it saves the arguments as this variant. So as far as I understand now, the variants are the main class used to like manage these types translations on C++, and also to interface with the GD script. And there's a funny comment there somewhere that they put, I thought was very funny, that they say basically modern C++ is more difficult than rocket science because they have to do a bunch of stuff through the types there. And it's very confusing. It's probably the parts that I like the least about C++. But I think it's a fundamental problem with programming, is the whole stuff about the gradient between types and the static type and dynamic typing. Because I think you need types, you need to have types, but they make things a lot more complicated and makes you deviate from the stuff that actually matters. Because it's like focusing on the surface instead of focusing on the essence, I think. But just to a certain extent, you need to have that. So, but usually types are the stuff that makes it a lot harder to understand what's going on in your code as well. I don't remember. Yeah, I'm not going to spend much time on this as well because it's probably it's some function that uses because when you're creating the signal, you have to call the callback function, which is it's passed as a function pointer, and then it's going to be a templated function pointer. So when it's calling that function to resolve the types of the arguments, it's going to do a bunch of weird stuff, I think. Because yeah, it's going to call this function eventually, I think. And these arguments here are passed as variants, but uh, from the high level there, they're just going to be strings. So there's some stuff that I don't understand very well to translate everything. So I think it didn't. So maybe I have to go one more. It's not gonna show here. So I'm gonna try to skip all of this. It's probably gonna be after these bind methods. I want to show what happens after the memnew runs because there's gonna be hopefully. I'm not sure if this class probably is gonna call because it's part of the object. It inherits the object class. So yeah, so this is the stuff that I was talking about. So this function here, post initialize, it only calls this function after it allocates the memory for the class if you're using memnew to initialize a class. So it allows you on the macro, I think, to call some function if you want to after the class is initialized. And I think this is mainly used on the object class to call this function here after they allocate memory on the heap, on the memory pool that they create to call these other functions here because those are the functions that I was just stepping over, which are the ones that are going to subscribe the class and the methods of the class into the class DB. I don't remember if it's on this file. It's probably on another file. Yeah, it's on another file. So maybe if I search for, I think I'm not gonna step over again. So basically here, yeah. So this is actually so this is the function. So if the class declared this, I think, if the class declared this function, then I think it calls. But I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I think it works like this because of the template here, but it's not 100% clear. But I think it only runs when, or maybe it runs each time. It runs every time, but it doesn't do anything. If you don't declare this function on the class, then it's just gonna run this one, which is doesn't do anything. But if you declare this function on some class, then it's gonna call that function, which in the object it has, and then this function on the object is gonna be the one that subscribes to the class DB. But before he runs this stuff, he runs this new operator, which was overloaded here. I'm not sure where is the definition. I think I don't remember if this has a definition. Takes a description and uses a memory static pool. Basically, it runs this overloaded new operator to put the class. It uses this stuff here to specify that the class is going to be allocated in the current place, which is going to be on the memory pool. It's basically based on the overloaded functionality. It puts the class on that place in memory, I think. This is the class you pass to initialize. Oh yeah, so this is the function actually. So that is the declaration, and this overrides the new operator on C++, and they call this other stuff here, which is gonna allocate memory on the memory pool. And because they put the empty string there, it tells the compiler to put the class on that place in memory. If you don't put override the new operator, then I think it messes up the thing, or it defeats the point of having the memory pool, I think. I'm gonna ask this again to GPT because I wanna remember. But I'm pretty sure that this it's not exactly like this that you say it, but that's what's happening. To ensure that the object is properly initialized before it's used. No, but it's something else. Putting before the class is effectively calling the object's constructor with an empty string is now. I don't think that explanation is correct. Maybe it is, I'm not sure. Because I remember it's a different explanation. So I'm gonna try the other ChatGPT. Perplexity is probably using ChatGPT under the hood, but I think there's different results. Maybe they tuned the thing differently. It's not working right now, so whatever. I'm just gonna continue. This function is just gonna allocate. And this malloc, if I remember, it comes from another library, which is a kernel library, and it's not the malloc from C++. So he allocates memory based on this, and then he puts this on the memory pool. So mem usage is the memory pool that they create. I'm just returning this. I don't remember the specifics very well, but I think that this is, I'm pretty sure that this is the memory pool. Just a global thing here. It's global because it's static. And the debugs thing is deceiving, I think. I'm not really sure which one he uses when there isn't this flag here. But whatever. Yeah, so it's basically this function, I think. So when the class has that function, it's gonna call that. It has to be this one. It's gonna call that, then it calls this. And if it doesn't have, then it's just gonna call that empty thing there that doesn't do anything. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Then it's gonna do some other stuff. So now I'm going to remove this stuff. I'm gonna continue the steps that I have there. It's probably better to close everything than run again. So I'm gonna search for the path. I have to think about, so I have to clarify what exactly changes. Probably gonna change, so I think it is the engine that changes. But I don't understand very well. I do, like the E flag is easier to understand. That's just gonna change the flag variable that is related to the editor. And that's gonna determine whether or not it initializes the engine with a thing that has the editor node as the main child. That's the only thing that is going on with the editor, but how the path relates to the editor, I don't remember, or I don't know very well. So I have to change this first, I think. It's kind of annoying because it doesn't, on this main start function, it doesn't go there because of the way the compiler works. But also I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to understand the build system more as well. So I'm gonna open the S construct here and look for the editor. There is a flag there I think you can get from the environment. So this gets the arguments passed to the scones, I think, when you're compiling. So when you compile, but maybe I don't need to change the editor actually. Actually, I have to, because I have to add I have to add the headless thing. So let me think about how I'm going to, which thing I'm gonna do first. Where I'm gonna put the headless arguments is gonna be before or after. This is basically the flag variable. So what I'm gonna do is just add the headless option in the same way that they do the editor. Oh, that's the reason why it puts the macro. So I think that explains. So what is going on here is that it's passing this flag here to compile whenever you have the editor. And this is going to define the tools enable macro, which is going to make a bunch of the code run. And that's the reason why VS Code is not getting the code, is because it makes a flag variable from the from scones. So VS Code doesn't understand that the macro is defined because it's defined on the compilation. Interesting. I think it's better to try to figure out the functionality here first, and then I think about it. So the editor is this stuff that I was talking about. So I'm gonna look for the documentation to see if they have anything related to headless, because I remember seeing, I think there's already an option that is for headless, but I think it's if you wanna export. So I wanna make sure that I'm not gonna override one that already exists, because then it's gonna mess up everything, obviously. Headless command line arguments. So I'm gonna have to come up with a new one. It has to be something that like is not usually done, because I also don't want to spend a bunch of time looking through all the command line arguments. There's already a headless command line argument. Also, yeah, obviously what I can do is just search here as well. So this is the main function that is used to, I'm gonna stop the debugger. This is the main function that is used to set up, or to, the globus is the project settings. So this is gonna look for the path, a project path. And then if it finds a path, either the resources are gonna be added on the executable. So there's a function that uses a class that's called pack data, I think, which is the same class used on the export to put the resources in the executable by writing the executable file. So they use the same class to read the executable file and then to extract the information from the resources, which are basically just the files from the scenes and the scripts that are going to differentiate the projects. So this is one option. Then if it doesn't find the executable, it's going to look for the path that you passed on the command line. And the other option is to see if there's a package data, a .package file on the same directory of the executable. And the other one is to see if there is one in the current working directory, I think. So if it doesn't find on this project on this paths, then I think either it's gonna throw an error or it's going to open the editor. I think it's gonna open the project manager. So the main variable that it's gonna use is this font project. So there's the editor, now I understand that the tools enable here comes from here. Yeah. So when you compile with the editor build, it's gonna add that to the arguments based on the stuff, this stuff here. The one that shows up before this, that puts the editor with the arguments on the environment. The environment is the thing that Scones use to create the build in the end. And then checks to see if it has that variable. If it has, it's gonna append this, which I assume that probably what this does is that it passes a flag, some flag on the compilation that is gonna tell the final executable to run as if the macro of tools enabled is defined. So this is the reason why here it seems that it is not supposed to run, but it is actually running, is because the VS Code doesn't understand that on the compilation process the macro is defined. So it looks like it is not going to run, but it does run when you put the editor. So I remember the last time that I snapped over this was true. Like it makes sense, obviously. So I have to assume that this is true because I want to use my option when on the situation that the editor is going to open the game already. So it's not going to open the project manager. It's going to open directly. It's not going to open the editor because I'm going to change the code, but that's the situation that I want. So I have to assume that this is true, and the editor is probably going to be true as well. So I think all I have to do is just the easiest way would be to just check if these two are true and then add another variable that is based on the stuff that's on the arguments that I have. So I can do a condition that like checks to see if these two are true and if the other flag that I pass is true. And I have to make it true based on on some of the on the loop that it gets the command line arguments, which is here I think. It's basically looping over all the arguments here and then has the control flow to determine what's going to happen. So I can put like on the end here if it has the argument that I passed. Maybe should search for user arguments. The thing that is kind of so I don't want to put obviously on the same one as the editor. So maybe one after the editor is the best place to put because the least risk to fuck it up. So I think after they check for the editor, which I don't remember if it's here or if it's on the start, because I think on the main start function. So first they call the setup, which sets everything up. Then on the other function, they're gonna call the main start after they set everything up. And I think on the one of the functions on the main starts or the main start itself is gonna check for arguments again, if I remember. And I think it's on that function that checks to see. Oh no, maybe it was here. No, it is here. So yeah. So I think I don't want to put here because then obviously it has to be a separate thing, I think. So I guess I can just put here. And then I have to think about. So I have to. I'm gonna think about. Maybe this is the time. Good time to take a break. Then it feels like I've been here for a lot more time. But I think I'm gonna take a break now to make some tea. And then I think about this. I have to think about. I don't want to spend a bunch of time searching for other stuff. I'm gonna write down the name of the or the line number because I want to search for the headless thing. So I want to think about a name that is most likely not gonna exist there, and it's gonna be slash then whatever name it come up. Maybe it could be the name of the folder that I have there. I think that's probably the easiest thing to do. So like this, and then if I have this thing here, then I'm gonna copy the functionality of the editor the same way that you do the editor, and I think then I'm gonna have to see at what points is better to put the condition. So I'm just gonna check to see if the 3 arguments are true. So the editor, the project, font project, and the whatever variable I come up with here, it's probably gonna be the same name. So if all 3 are true, then I call the custom function that I'm gonna do on the folder that I create there, and I'm not gonna run the engine, just call the function. Because the goal is obviously to just build everything from code. But the tricky part is thinking about what place to put the thing at. Because the easiest one is to put it on one of these functions on main, because those functions are going to be used on regardless of the operation system. But I might not be able to. Maybe on the main iteration. I think the main iteration function. But I have to see if it's gonna. I guess I should just build. And the thing I'm gonna have to look for the build system right after this because I have to understand how to compile the files in the same way that the editor compiles. Because that's the only way that I'm gonna be able to run the function. So I'm gonna take a break, then I'm gonna write. So let me put before I do that. No audio, no rendering. It's easier to just use the one that I'm gonna create there. So I'm gonna write the steps here. Yeah, those are the 3 steps that I'm gonna follow here. Once I'm able to run the function, then what I'm gonna have to do, I already put breakpoints based on this stuff here that I've seen on the editor. I have to put this one as well because the inspector is the thing that you use to customize the objects or the nodes that you put there. But I think I have a good understanding of how it works already. So basically, the way that it works is that you have the main two things, which are the resources and the scripts. The resources are the scene files that you create. Each scene file is going to have a bunch of nodes. All the nodes all the nodes are is writing stuff on the scene file that is going to create a hierarchy based on that file. So probably what Godot is going to do is going to parse that file and it's going to create classes based on the structure that it parsed there on the file. And each of these nodes is going to use the inspector, which is the other stuff on the other side of the editor, to change the state of the classes, which are the nodes that are configured by the scene file. And that's going to create the structure of the data on the scene tree. And then the GD scripts are, I'm going to have to clarify because it's kind of confusing, but as far as I understand now, you can attach a script to any node you want or any scene. So I assume what's happening is that when you click attach script, it's just going to add some functionality to the node based on whatever you put on the script. And the way that it's going to translate the script into C++ code is going to be by using the class DB to get the classes and the methods, and using the variants to translate the information. It's going to parse the scripting language, then translate that information to the classes, and then run the C++ code as part of the nodes. So that's the main thing that I have to figure out. Is the scene files, the scripts, and how the inspector changes the data on everything. Then the last thing to do, which I already figure out, is the exports, and then thinking about I'm probably not going to do exports now. I'm just going to figure the other stuff out. But then what I'm thinking about doing is just creating a default export thing from the code directly, which is just going to be using the default configuration that it has. But it might be, I'm just going to call the functions from the editor. So probably I'm going to have I'm going to try to do that. Actually, not sure if I'm going to be able to. I'm going to have the error messages already, I think. So if I export configuration doesn't have something, I have to figure out actually how to translate that so that it outputs on the command line and not on the editor. Yeah, but I think this stuff is probably like not important now. The most important is to figure out how to make the project run. Yeah. And these are the main questions that I had. And the first thing is to set up the layout, and I was thinking about, so I'm gonna have the function that I'm gonna have is gonna be similar to the main function on the actual project. It's just gonna be an entry point to whatever I wanna put later. So I was thinking about doing steps. So the first one would be to build the project, so get the information from project settings, and then create some class or something that's I have to think. I think the build. I'm just gonna put there as a step, but I'm not gonna do it now. I think because it's the whole stuff that I was saying that it gets more complicated when you, like for example, what I could do is build multiple applications at the same time. So as long as they have the same functionality, but that makes it more complicated because I have to figure out how to make sure that the paths are synchronized. The paths the project manager allows you to use to build the project, and the paths that I'm going to put in the folder structure here inside of the Brema. So that's going to make it a lot more complicated, I think. Then the second thing is going to be to create, I'm thinking about, so first and maybe I'll do this like forever because it's easier to just call the classes, because I'm gonna do the stuff after the editor is compiled. I can use the functions from the editor. So I'm just gonna use the functions from the editor to programmatically build components, the components that I want. So for example, instead of going to the editor and creating a mesh and then creating a circle from the mesh and then adding the color manually, I can just create a function that is a component that is a ball. And I can build, I think those are going to be the generic code that I'm going to use in the beginning, that I'm going to build in the beginning. And then after, on each project, I can just use these components to build everything. It makes a lot more. I think I was thinking about this in clarifying. I think that this is probably the middle way that is best. So like I was thinking about whether or not if it is necessary or not to do this that I'm doing, or if it's just better to use the editor and doing this is a waste of time. But then I realized that is one of the things that it is a gradient like everything else, and I think it makes a lot of sense because the biggest problem of using the editor is that there's a lot of stuff that you want to do fast, and it's probably going to be repetitive. So for these kinds of things, if you want to create a bunch of different, because I'm thinking about creating a bunch of different applications. So if you want to do that, it makes a lot more sense to have something. Like for some things, it's gonna be a lot better to programmatically create everything, and then for other things, it's better to just use the editor because they're really hard to debug. So I think that the middle way is probably the best. But maybe you can say that you can use GD scripts, but I don't like that much because you have to open the editor anyway. I think it just makes more sense to do it from the code, to build the project as a whole in the code instead of having to use the editor. So instead of going here, for example, clicking Edit Child Node and putting mesh and create, and then going here and selecting the sphere, I'm thinking about just figuring out what each thing does, and then from the editor's point of view, and then just calling the functions from the editor from my source code, and making that a component of the thing. So it's going to be a generic component. It's going to be a sphere, and then I can create a class that is going to be like depending on the information that I put on class, it's going to put the values here of the node, which I think is the way that it works already, but we just want to put everything on C++. So I'm going to take a break now. I'm going to go do some tea. And I'll continue to follow these steps next. So I'll be right back. I'm going to put, I created another overlay to be half an hour, but maybe it takes more time. So I'm not really sure if it's going to work there, what's going to happen if it reaches the end, but I'm going to make tea, so maybe it takes more time than 30 minutes. So, but I'll be right back. I'm back. So I'm gonna do the rest of this without a camera. I'm gonna put 1 hour, I think. Yeah. After 1 hour, I'm gonna stop. So let me follow the stuff that I had there. I'm gonna use Brahma just so I don't have spend a bunch of time. Maybe I change later. So I'm gonna look for this editor. Fuck. I think I'm only gonna put. It doesn't make sense to put on this other stuff. I think because the main use like it's only gonna be one thing. I think maybe later I'll do something else. But I think the other options it doesn't. It's not very relevant. The only one that is relevant is whenever the project manager is gonna run, because then it might be. But like I said, I'm gonna do that later on. So maybe I want to have an option that I pass the path and then it just builds everything automatically for the path without building the editor. So in that case, I think it makes sense because then I have to look for the what happens when you don't pass the path. But I'm gonna focus only on this first because it's easy. So hopefully it's easy. I'm just gonna see if there is any other stuff related to the. If I remember correctly, is gonna. Uh, is going to change a value in the engine that is based on editor hints, and I think that's has something to do with the other stuff that is gonna happen later on. So I think if I have to clarify that, and then if it is related to the stuff that I want to do, then I just add another value, another function to the engine. Just copy everything pretty much. And so these maybe if I should put here as well something. So I think what is happening here is just if you pass the path, it's gonna get the next argument, which is gonna be the path, and then it's gonna use this variable later. So it sets the control or the current working directory to the path, which is gonna be the path of the game you wanna run. And then it's gonna use this one, I think, or this one is just to skip, I think. So because you have situations like this where one argument's gonna depend on the other, and it's iterating here to see the arguments, I think that is gonna use this end variable to go over to the next argument. So it allows you to skip one argument in these situations. I don't think it makes sense to put here because it doesn't matter. I wanna only run this stuff whenever I have the arguments there. The Brahma arguments. Not really sure if that's how you say it, but whatever, however you say this. And then I'm gonna make sure that it has the path in the editor by checking the other flag variables. So if it doesn't have the editor, it's gonna be false anyway, so doesn't make sense to put here. So you can't build the editor and the project manager at the same time. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. I don't think this matters as well. Yeah, this is the stuff that I was saying. So it sets this editor hint to true. I think that's the reason why I wrote down here. So I'm not really sure if the engine uses that. I can search for this. I can search on there. It's probably gonna check. It's probably gonna use another function to check this value. So this main args is the one that I think is gonna check. It's gonna loop over arguments again on on another function, probably the start function. So maybe I should append. I'm just gonna write here. I think it doesn't matter that much if I put this. It's probably better to. I'm gonna go back and put the breakpoint there. Makes more sense to put the breakpoints. I have to see if he uses the argument first, then I'll decide to. Because it's probably gonna be annoying to change this, maybe. I guess maybe it's easy, just copy the function. Oh, remember this is important. I think this is related to one of the files. It's probably parsing strings or parsing the scenes file. Or the exports presets. Basically, obviously, I'm gonna add my function there after all this stuff because it's just easier to make sure that everything was initialized that I'm gonna use on the project, all the editor paths and the functions. So I think it makes a lot more sense to put the functionality that I want on the other functions that go later. But before the rendering and that kind of stuff, because obviously it's not gonna be needed. I don't remember exactly what file this is gonna parse. So it's the config file. Hmm. So this is probably the project, maybe not, project Godot. Yeah, whatever. So maybe you should put here as well. And that's kind of weird because they already did this. Oh, so this is on the start. So this is what I was saying. So this is after the setup runs. It's gonna call this. I don't remember exactly where. So it runs the setup here, and then it's gonna call this here. And then it checks the arguments here again. I think I have to change the OS run function. There is nothing I can do. Or I guess I can. Yeah, let me think of this. Another thing I can do is just change the value here. That would be easier. But it doesn't matter. Because if I change the value here, I have to change on the other. Because this file here is related to Windows, and the other operational systems are going to have the same thing. It depends on the entry points. And this is the stuff that I'm trying to avoid, but I think it's not going to be possible to. This is a special function that serves as an entry point to a Windows application. The other operational systems probably have similar functions, and they all are going to call the same. The functions that are shared between them are these functions on main, I think. But there's nothing I can do. And maybe I have to change all the functions, I think, on all the operation systems. But it's probably easier to change the starts. But maybe, well, actually not. Now that I think about it, probably all of them are gonna have this thing here. So it's probably easier to change the main iteration here. Yeah, just do something on the beginning of this function that it's gonna return false, or it's gonna return true based on the enums that they use there. And this is gonna break and then finalize. Yeah, I think that the easiest thing to do is change this function, because all the other OSs are gonna call from here, I think, as well. Android, Linux, wow. Yeah. So I think it's probably the same thing. Interesting. So this is probably related to how they are gonna deal with events. Like just going from the definition there, I think like there isn't. I don't think I got to this function. It seems that there isn't anything, so it's probably something happening under the hood. I guess they're gonna call this function to handle events. I'm gonna put a breakpoint here. And this is probably used to change the display server and the rendering server. To if the user moves the screen, I think, or move the window, or all this other stuff. So I'm gonna try to change the main iteration, but before I do that, I have to figure out whether or not like what happens after before. So I think this is the only place it checks the arguments there, and then it's gonna check here again. So let me see the editor. Obviously, I'm gonna put 0 as well. So this is what I mean. So these flags here are if you want to export the project without opening, I think. I remember looking into this on the documentation. But I think it doesn't matter for what I'm trying to do. And this is the stuff that I was saying that I think based on the previous time that I've seen this, I think that's the only difference. So when you have the editor here, it's just gonna load the, I think a little bit after this is gonna put the editor node on this scene tree here, I think. So setting the main loop here. This is so at this point it runs the constructor for the editor node, and that's when it builds everything. And then here is I think pretty sure I think that the constructor runs here. Then here they just allocate memory. I don't. Maybe it's here. And then it adds the editor node as the main child of SM as of the main loop there, or main scene tree. So that's the main difference, I think, from editor. But I think it's just safer to put the condition on the iteration instead of here. And I think it doesn't matter that much because, like I said before, there isn't a clear or an easy way to just stop the. Unless I can search for something that stops the program from running, but I think that's not very good. So it just makes more sense to change the other functions so that it returns a different value and then it stops running when I put the arguments that I want there. So I think this is used to figure out if the last time, like what was the scene the last time you used the editor. So this is getting from the configurations. Pretty sure that the global gets a macro for project settings that is gonna look. So inside of the editor, they use a tree structure, and these are the paths relative to the application. So this macro is used to get from project settings class the configurations based on the path, and there's the editor get as well that is gonna get from the editor settings. So I think what is happening here is just they're getting the current scene from the project settings, and they're checking to see if it's different than the game path. It's just gonna determine what scene it loads, I think, when you open the editor. Now project settings get settings with override. And this reads from a file from Project Godot, I think. Or it read before and then stores everything as a variant. So when it's setting up when it calls the global zero setup function, it's gonna parse if it starts up correctly there, it's gonna parse the project Godot file at some point, and then it's gonna store the information as variants, I think, inside of the project settings. And then it gets them from here on props, I think. So props is a member variable of the project settings, which is a variant, I think. Or a local vector variance, maybe. Or maybe actually a hash. A map of strings and variant container. Yeah, so this is everything for the start. So after it runs this, it's gonna run the... I think it's safe to assume that all of them are gonna call main iteration. But maybe it's better to figure out... I open each OS and then see the function for each one. But this is the stuff that I was talking about, events, that it doesn't show the other function there. So this one just is gonna call some GD stuff. Probably initialize stuff related to the GD script. Yeah, these things I couldn't figure out, but I remember that there is some stuff on the build system that is related to this. And I think it's just initializing stuff related to the GD script. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT if it's working. GD virtual call macro is used to call a virtual function in a way that allows for dynamic dispatch and polymorphism. This macro takes two arguments, a name, blah blah. Calls a function with the provided arguments and the false. Purpose of the macro is to provide a way to call virtual functions in a way that allows for dynamic dispatch. In other words, the actual function that is called can be determined at runtime based on the type of the object that the virtual function is being called on. The context of the function. Initialize virtual function. This allows the main loop class to be extended by other classes that override the initialize function. And the correct implementation of the function will be called at runtime based on the type of the main loop object. Hmm. It's probably not gonna say anything. Of the script version of initialize method. I'm pretty sure that if you go over with the debugger, it doesn't go anything anywhere. So it's probably the biggest issue if you're using macros for this stuff. But maybe if I use Visual Studio, you go to the right place. Could be just a VS Code thing. It's basically a token pasting operator. So I think that what this is doing is just call is it is GD script probably. It's calling the initialize on the GD script, but it's kind of difficult to understand. Because the thing that is confusing is that the other macro related, like, the other macro that is similar to this is related to the class DB, which is in some ways related to the GD script, but not directly. So I'm not really sure. That signal here as well is you have to use this before connecting to a signal. So it's the same logic that I explained in the beginning of the stream. To subscribe classes and methods to the class DB. You have to also add this subscribe the signal by calling this macro here, and it works pretty much the same way. But this is related to the class DB, and this other macro I'm not really sure. But basically, it's using the token paste operator, which is just pastes this token with this, so it's just putting them together. So in this case, is replacing the initialize with replacing the m name with initialize, and then just calling the function based on this. But this is the problem here, is that doesn't. I think I remember seeing for this, and it doesn't show anything here. But it could be because I'm excluding third parties here. Or it could be because it's other files. I think that this is probably related to the. I remember there is a build system Python file related to this. So I think it is related to the GD script, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, the make virtuals. I still don't understand what this is. So it's probably gonna be this thing here. And this stuff seems to me every time that I encounter something like this that it seems like very complex, it makes me think that there is probably something wrong or something that can be improved. Because of Occam's razor, probably the best answer is simpler than this, which makes me think that there is a problem with the design or something like that. But it might be a very difficult thing to figure out. And then it gets into the micro optimization thing that you want to avoid spending a bunch of time figuring out, focusing on stuff that doesn't matter as much. And because Godot is very complex, it makes sense, I think. But I don't like this stuff here. This makes it very confusing to figure out what is going on. I think probably the way that GDScript works is with this script class, script instance, and a script class. And then on the build system, it declares these functions somehow. But probably doesn't matter that much to me. Hopefully. If it does matter, I'm gonna have to spend a bunch of time trying to figure out. This. So this is related to version. So I guess they are making like this because it's something that depends on the version. GD extension. So I'm pretty sure that this is related to GD script because I remember on tutorials using the editor that they sometimes they do stuff like this. They put the dollar sign and then yeah, so it's probably uh, built-in variables for GD script, I think. Whenever you put this dollar sign, pretty sure. So these functions here probably build the based on the version, they build the global variables. Because I think that they did like this because they might want to change stuff based on the version, to change the GD script language. This is probably related to that. So that function, I assume that's is gonna initialize the GD script. Hmm. So I assume that there's gonna be files. Yeah, I remember there are modules. Yeah, I think that this is another reason why they did things like this because of modules. The modules can probably change the way that GD script works because I remember seeing some files related to this. Before I was trying to create a module, I was looking into the other ones to see what usually is the structure that they use. Yeah, so here, for example. So I think that's what's happening. So probably on this make virtuals here, some of the other builds are gonna call this run function, and then it's gonna write or yeah, but here's writing to the file. So it's gonna open that file. Uh, Not really sure how it's related, but I think that it is related. There are other files like this where it generates the file on runtime. I think the icon is one of those files as well, but it's on the different parts of the. Maybe it's this file here that it generates. Yeah, I think it is this file here. It's pretty much the same. Hmm. Yeah, it's the same thing. So this file here is generated through here, this function. On the object, there is one of those functions that is related to adding a class on class DB has a check for extensions. I think it's the one that it gets the name of the class. It checks to see if it has an extension, and if it doesn't, it calls the class get class name v, I think. So maybe it is related to this stuff here. It's obviously it is based on this. So I think these functions are the ones that are used to convert the class DB stuff into GDScript. So maybe the way that it works is that it builds depending on which kind of. So you can create a bunch of files with the GDScript format. And then on the compilation process, it's gonna get those files. And then depending on what those files have, it writes here maybe because it's writing here based on the argument that it passes here. And I think that it's just appending this through the files probably. I was writing the text through the file that it passes there. And maybe this is not related to the other GD scripts. It's just generating this file here based on this, based on the version of GDScript. So it's probably the built-in GDScript functionality that it changes based on the version. And it's probably for backwards compatibility, I think. That's probably what's going on. Then it uses this thing, which uses the other stuff. I think I understand now what's going on. There's another thing I can do is just search for the name of this. But the thing is, I'm not really sure if it's relevant to the stuff that I want to say, so I don't want to get sidetracked now. Interesting. So it runs this. Here's the name of the file that is going to generate, and here's probably running that file from the environments from scons. So it generates this file when it's compiling because it runs this stuff. And then it's probably going to use this somewhere else, obviously. And so these macros here are the ones that are defined there, pretty sure. So it's putting all this stuff on the main loop file based on this. So this is the thing there. Interesting. So I guess each operational system is gonna have this function. Not here. What is going on? Maybe it's this one. I think this is not something else. I guess I can look for the files here. So this one doesn't have. It's probably gonna be that one. Yeah, so it has to be like this initialize here comes from here, but this here doesn't have anything. Or it comes from objects. Hmm. Yeah, there isn't anything. Ah, whatever. Like the thing, the reason why I think it is from somewhere else is because then I think the compiler would throw an error if this wasn't anything. So that should be a name of a class. But when I press F12 here, it just goes to the function on the web, whatever class. And obviously it's not from the other files that I looked, so not really sure. Maybe it's just because these ones are not highlighted, so it could be just that it allows you to pass like that. I think it just allows you to pass an arbitrary name. And it's probably this one. So it's a virtual method on class DB. It's gonna be from the macro there. So it's it's gd virtual initialize and get method info. That's because it's on the same thing. Hey, what's up? Ah, I think I know what is going on now. So is a function that is used to get the or to add the method to the class DB, a virtual method to the class DB, and it's probably related to the GD script. But I really don't like the way that this is. They probably did like this because of the versions, like I saw. And it's very confusing. So I think it's adding the, yeah, it's adding the initialize on the main loop. I'm gonna look for what does main loop. What inherits main loop? This it's subscribing this initialize class here, I think. So is the sync tree the main thing that inherits? So sync tree should have initialize. But it's also virtual. But it was the initialize with an underscore. Initialize. It doesn't have anything. So this is the thing is that's is a different function. So, but I think it is subscribing a function. It is calling the method from the macro. So this is a different thing. It's calling the macro. And then here is calling from the macro. It's subscribing on the class DB based on the macro. So when you call here, I think it subscribes the methods on the class DB. And then here it probably calls from the class. And this is going to be from the macro there. So it's initializing the script. That's what it's doing. Script. This is the same function that it calls at some point when you emit a signal. So I think this is probably similar, not the same. Yeah, it probably is actually very similar because there's also a callable error here. So this is calling emit signal, I think. It's calling this function. So I think what this is doing is just initializing GD script in this very, very weird way. Extension, GD extension. Interesting. So I'm gonna assume that this is what's happening. So maybe it is a module, it is an extension, not a module. Yeah, I remember there is a part in the documentation that they talk about this. There is a GD extension page there that is related to modules, but I think that it is a page in the documentation that it talks about if you wanna build stuff from C++. So there is GD extension, then C++, and it's on the build thing there. It's somewhere here. Maybe it's this one that I have. I think this is for modules. Maybe it's binding external. I have this one. This is the one I think. So they talk about. I think this is related to the GD script as well. Maybe just two different things and I'm confusing them. Could be. Maybe this is just extension if you want to do stuff with C++. And it's not related to GD script. So I think GD script is a module, and then this is just related to C++ probably. What is GD extension? That's the engine interact with native shared libraries. Interesting. This is actually interesting. I remember I saw a video that she explains how to do stuff, like but she uses Visual Studio to build a shared library that uses to create a module for uh, Godot to be able to write stuff from C++. Then you have the option to create a shared library or to do something else. So I was thinking about doing like this. Maybe doing like this is better because the way that I'm doing now, I'm gonna have to compile everything, I think. So I have to compile the whole engine every time that I make a change on the stuff. And shared library is also related to hot code reloading. I haven't seen everything from here, from handmade hero, but just from the part I've seen, it seems that it is related to shared libraries. And probably the way it works is that you probably are linking the thing at runtime. So when you want to implement hot code reloading, I think something to do with shared libraries. So maybe this is another approach that I should look into. Yeah, you can use use it to run native. I think I'm gonna probably do both the way that I'm doing now, and then maybe later I look into this. Can use both GD extension C++ modules to run C and C++. Yeah, I started trying to do it with the modules, and I felt that it didn't make sense for the thing that I'm trying to do, but I didn't try the GD extension way. The reason why I didn't try this one is basically because based on the video that she explains, and because I know how hard it is to compile everything with C++, I was just thinking about like if I have to deal with third-party libraries or other stuff, like it's gonna be a lot more complicated to be able to make it work as a shared library, but maybe it's better long term. But I think probably the middle way is the best. Like I continue to do the way that I'm doing now, which is just the easiest to make everything, and then later on I can check to see if this is like if I can do it this way as well, and then incorporate this way into the other way that I'm doing. Probably this is the best approach. Because I don't want I already spent a bunch of time studying everything from the engine. I don't want to like take forever to start actually building everything. But this looks very interesting now that I realize there. And now that it's more clear to me how this, it's still very confusing and I don't like it that much, but I'm sure they have reasons for it. But it's becoming more clear how everything works when it comes to this. So maybe it is an interesting thing to look into as well. The thing I was thinking, because I thought about doing another project separate because of the stuff that I said about the engine, that all that the game is just changing the data, and you don't need to have any functionality from the engine to, all you have to do is understand how they parse the files and then just create the files in the same way that they parse. So like it's basically just writing to the file with the correct format, and that can be completely done off the thing. But then the problem is that you don't have access to the classes, and then obviously that makes everything harder, I think. But maybe if I could use this to access the classes somehow, I think that's probably how this works. And then it allows you to just put this like as a separate thing. So maybe this is the best. But I think I'm gonna go with the way that I'm doing now because it's just easier in the beginning, probably. And then I'll think about this later. Maybe the way that this works is that you create your own classes and then you use this stuff to put on the class DB through the macros here and through this other stuff here. Because it seems that is related to creating this method bind and then using class DB to subscribe everything. So I think this is how it works. So it seems that it's probably not the best because it looks like they are saying that this is more superficial and modules is deeper, but what I want is even deeper than that. This is gonna change more, I think, the functionality. So I think the way that I'm going is probably correct. So let me continue. Sure. It's probably not that important to the stuff that I trying to do. Yeah, so the other thing is this thing here. So this, I couldn't see, I think I stepped over this to understand the events, and it seems like the only interesting one is either one of these that it just processes the events and but it seems like it is a generic way. I couldn't like clarify the bridge between this and the emit signal thing. Like because there's a the text submitted events that is triggered on the line class that is related to the way that is gonna export process. Because basically when you open the ini file, which they create a class or classes to build the GUI that is gonna be responsible for allowing you to opening files and saving files. So it's basically the thing that opens with the path there. It's similar to when you click when you try to download something on the internet that opens the file thing. That's basically what I'm talking about. But for Godot, the button that saves on that GUI it emits an event that is tag submitted, and that event is on a function that has a GUI input, I think, name on a class. And I think that event is triggered based on the overall inputs here, because it's probably related to the click input, but I couldn't clarify the exact path there because here is more generic. I think it's just updating the state of the inputs class here. And there is like obviously stuff related to keys and to the mouse, and then it's gonna change the. I think each one of these things it changes the name of this thing here. Here is using K, and on the other ones is gonna use other stuff. I think it's on each one of these probably. Oh, here's still K, but there are other ones that they use other stuff. And it's basically these classes here that they're changing the state, and then probably this class at some point is going to be used to determine what happens with the events. And I remember that there is, like, the first time that I saw that it traverses the tree at some point, but then as I was manually looking into the main iteration function there, I couldn't find that place again. So I'm gonna have to spend a bunch of time again looking manually, I think, to understand at what point it traverses the scene tree. And basically these ones are from built-in functions from Windows that they just get messages from the window. So let's see if it's from Windows kits. This also, so I think what is basically happening is just getting the message here, and then like this is just gonna loop until it gets all the messages, which is basically all the inputs that happened on the window. Then it translates the message, which probably encodes in a format that the Godot's gonna understand. It's probably a standard from Windows. I can look it up the functions later, but it doesn't tell me anything interesting related to the other stuff that I was trying to figure out. And here it just dispatches, probably choose the window on the display server windows, which is part of this display server, which is the base class that they use to initialize the window, which I looked into some previous streams. And they create the window from that class, and it's gonna depend on which OS you're using. Which in this case is probably this one. So this one has a window, and they use Windows functions to create the window, and then here probably dispatches the message directly to the window there. And I think this is probably the main function that is gonna send inputs. So buffer events is probably all the events that happens. This parse inputs is probably the one. So it's a linked list of the references to input events. And I think here it's gonna manage. So it's not that easy to figure out the relationship between this class and at what point it's gonna trigger the event on the. It's gonna trigger the function on the line class that is gonna call GUI, or that is GUI inputs. The function is GUI inputs, and then that function is gonna emit the text submitted signal. It's basically this. So this is, I think, is the function that's, yeah, it has different things here. So it's mouse input. So it's first key, then mouse is pressed. And then it changes this thing here. So it's probably at some point later when it's after it calculates, or maybe before it calculates the physics and like on the main iteration, maybe it uses this class here, the input class, to check to see if it's gonna call other functions based on whatever the state of these flag variables are. I'm not gonna. I'm getting sidetracked again. I'm gonna focus on this after I figure this other stuff out. But I think I need to figure this out, clarify how this works. So probably the main thing that I have changed there is the main iteration. And this is the function that I was talking about, because here, and I still think that at some point in this function is going to traverse the tree. the sync tree and then do stuff based on that. So I think that's where I'm gonna be able to clarify the connection with inputs. But I don't remember exactly at what point of this that it does that. And I think I have to put the stuff that I'm gonna do. So I was gonna look for the other stuff here. To see if he gets the editor hints at some point. So what I can do is just add. The question is how I'm gonna know if it has a path or not. That's the thing. Yeah, the project manager is the thing that I have to see. So I'm gonna go back to see what happens if it has a font projects. Because this one is gonna make it easier. So one thing that I can do is just put the. Yeah, but let me think about this. I can put on the command line arguments there before, instead of putting if Brahma equals true on the parts that I changed there. I can do it after these ones, and then I can check for all three, and then only make Brahma equals true if that happens. And I'm probably gonna have to set on the engine, I think, because then I can get from the engine here, and then put a condition in the beginning of this function before it does anything, to see if the yeah. But the problem is that it's gonna run that every time, like on the. So maybe it is better to do just change outside, or I have to change. I have to change all of them, I think. Because the easiest thing to do is just put on at the end of the main start function and just change whatever it returns. But then I have to change on all of them because I don't want the error to don't want to throw an error. So I have to put another value here. It's gonna happen because if I put there on the iteration, it's just gonna happen all the time. I think it's kind of bad. Yeah, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna change on each of the files. I'm gonna look for the editor stuff here first. I think that the only purpose of setting the editor hints there is on the other function, that it just changes one variable of the engine if the editor hint is true, but it's not relevant to the stuff that I'm trying to do. So it probably doesn't matter. And the set editor hints. I think this is the only place that matters. So I'm gonna look for the other. So one of the questions is whether or not this happens after. I think it does. So first it checks to see. What I'm thinking about is removing the stuff that I put here. Because it's just gonna be easier. I need to make sure that both of these things are true. That both the editor is gonna run and any has a project. So on this path here. But I think that this, yeah, so probably found project is the flag that matters, and then editor. But then I shouldn't change on this one, on the one that happens before. I just put after. Or actually, no. I think that the way that I'm doing is correct because then after there is the found project, I can put the condition to see if Brahma is true. I think that's easier. And then if it is, let me think. If it is true, then I don't do anything. So I check to see if it isn't true, and then no, but let me think. I have to put an else statement there. So whenever the project found becomes true, I put an else, and then I make Brahma false. Yeah, that's how I'll do it. Because that's should probably make sure that both the editor is running and that it found the project. And that I have the Brahma thing. I have to check else if the editor. And so here. If it's possible to use only one variable from here, then I think it's better. Is- Like the way that I was thinking about initially is to check the three conditions on the whatever place I want to stop the thing, which is probably gonna be on the start function now that I think about it. So after like at the end of the start function, then I would check to see if the editor, but I think that's uh like harder. It would be better if I can check if all the conditions are met on this file. So I think that like this is probably fine because then it is gonna, whenever I pass this is gonna be true. So on the other one I have to check if the editor is true. Probably the font project is the only, and it comes after this. And the other thing is gonna be uh, on the main start function. So probably here I have to put something. So maybe if not, but it doesn't make sense because I want to check. I'm gonna have to check anyway, I think. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. So maybe all I have to do is put here. It's easier if I can check for Oh, the thing is, I don't know. I have to. The easiest way is just to add another value there on the engine. So probably add a function and then do the same thing with the editor hints, but for this. And then on the final thing of the main starter, just use the engine to get the value, and then if the Brahma is true, then I run whatever function I want to run. I think that's probably the best. So I'm gonna put here at the end. So it seems that it doesn't matter that much, anything that is here. So I'm just gonna see how it does this stuff. This is kind of annoying because of the way that it does there. So what I'm gonna have to do is just add this function. I'm just gonna copy, so copy this shoe and do the same thing that they do for the editor. The thing is that I don't understand is this stuff here. Oh, so this is the thing. I should put here as well. Yeah, so it's actually running these ones when you're running the editor. So it makes more sense because then it's gonna be like here's gonna be false by default, but here's true. Or here's depends on the variable, which is equal to this thing here. But I don't know where this comes from. I think it's just declared. It's confusing because it is equal there as the default argument, which makes me think that it should be declared somewhere. As I can look in each one. Oh, I'm done. It's from the function. Yeah, so it's an argument from the function. So probably not do B. Oh, but it's still weird because here, I guess. No, so this one makes sense. So it's false by default, but then if it's set, comes true. So now it should be working. That's basically the same thing. And then here, just making sure if I, fuck things up. Should probably change the name. So I think that's it's fine. So I'm gonna copy this and then just put the other one at the end there of the function. Then I'm gonna use the engine to check on the main starts. Did I put some wrong? It's not here. So this is when you have an error. It works based on labels. So when you put go to and then error is gonna go to here. and skip the other the rest of the function. Actually, I can just put. Yeah, but now that I think about it, maybe it's better to just put. Yeah, I think that doesn't. I was just overcomplicating stuff. If I put project found here and editor, then you just make sure that everything is working, or everything that's has to be true is true. So I think I'm gonna remove the stuff that I found projects. So this is probably important. So I understand what's happening here. So I think that when you load the editor passing the path, is gonna execute from here, I think. Yes, but I think it doesn't matter as long as, because it's gonna open the same process again. You're just gonna run everything again. So this is the reason why they do another command line argument here, I think. So this is just gonna open another, probably. It's gonna, or maybe it's when you have the project manager. Yeah, because when you select a project, it's just gonna run the engine again, but with different arguments, and then it's getting the arguments from here. So that's the reason why they check for arguments twice. But I think it doesn't matter if I do like this, because then it's gonna check again there. And is like, as long as I check for the 3 different variables, then should be fine. So it makes sense. I think it makes sense to push. It doesn't matter that much because I only want the thing to run whenever you're not running the. Or maybe, and maybe it doesn't make sense actually. Now that I think about it, because when I'm running the project manager, I don't want the thing to run. So if I push there, but I can test. So I think it's better to test first and then see what happens. But I'm gonna write this down so I remember. And now I'm pretty sure that's should be everything. So now what I'm gonna do is go to the start function, and then I check to see if editor. I'm gonna copy the way that it is here first. And I think I'm just gonna test some windows first and see if it happens. The main thing that like I have to search on because I want to avoid having to open a virtual machine. Oh, the one thing that I thought about some time ago is that maybe it's possible to test everything on Windows as long as you download the different compilers and stuff like that. Maybe it is possible, but I don't think. I think it's unlikely because it depends on the how the operation system is gonna store files. So it's probably not possible. So probably the best way to test for the different platforms is just by creating a virtual machine. But it's gonna be like a lot of work, and like I don't wanna deviate too much. So I have to search on how to what is the best way to. But the thing is that it's kind of difficult. I think I searched for this on the past, but I'm probably gonna spend more time. But I want to avoid doing that if it's possible, obviously. So I think I'm gonna focus on Windows first, and then if it works, like if I manage to do the game, because the other thing that I was thinking about is that the main thing that I'm trying to do is not this stuff. I'm just gonna use this to build projects faster, to build applications. The main goal is to build application. So as long as the final application is cross compiled, which I think it will work because I'm just gonna use the editor functionality to export to other platforms. So yeah, the cross compilation on this part here only matters for if you wanna run the engine or if you want to run the engine or the editor on different platforms. It doesn't matter for the final game, I think. So I think I'm just gonna focus on Windows first, but I'm probably just gonna change the other functions anyway, and then not test them because it's gonna take too much time. But I'm probably gonna put this. I think I'm gonna put at the end there to check to see if the Brahma is true, and then if it is, I exit with another. I'm gonna look into this enum here that they use, and or it's actually macros. And I'm gonna put another one here, which is gonna be exit Brahma or something like that. And then I'm gonna change on the other one because I think that if I put on the iterate, it's not very good because then it runs each time on the loop. Or actually, yeah, like if it is false, it would run each time on the loop. So it makes more sense to put in the start at the end of the start because then all the setup is already done. And I don't wanna, if I'm gonna build the project without loading everything, I don't wanna run the servers to draw stuff. So it makes more sense to exit before, but then I have to change the other function to add the logic there so that it doesn't throw an error and it just does something else. Maybe like print something through the command line. And the other thing that I just realized I can put here, I can, I'm gonna test this way first, but I could just set to false here. But I think that doesn't guarantee. So the way that it is probably good enough. Yeah, here. So after it does everything, just to make sure I just put here. Then I'm gonna put another macro on that file. Oh, this is from Windows. Huh. So let me think about it. Or maybe it's going to the wrong place. That's also possible. I think it is something from the OS. Maybe what I can do. Hmm. I can check outside as well. This doesn't matter that much. I can check here as well, but then I'll have to change all the files, so it doesn't matter. But it's probably easier to just check here. So just check from the engine right away here after it runs. Yeah. So I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna probably continue this another time, maybe tomorrow. I'm just gonna continue the steps that I have here. So after I'm gonna probably put a condition here for the engine that I was gonna put here because this is a macro from Windows. So I think it's gonna be more annoying because I have to figure out another place to define the macro that I was gonna use to determine if it wasn't successful. So I think it's just better to leave like it is here, and then just put this engine because the engine is a static class and it's like gonna be the same. But the thing is that because I'm gonna have to change it the way. Yeah. If it is false here, if it is failure, I'm gonna have to put another condition here anyway, which is gonna force me to change all the other files anyway. So I think it probably makes more sense to put here. Yeah, or if yeah. So probably it has to be here because it has to be successful. So I'm probably gonna put this stuff there, and then I'm gonna have to. So I have to create next step. So I can test this. First, I think I'm just gonna put a like print something on the command line, and then if it works, I'm gonna have to create a file on the folder there, and then I'm gonna have to study the build system to add this stuff. So I'm gonna basically copy the way that they do the editor and just do it for this stuff here. I'm gonna put one file initially to just put the entry point function of the thing, and then I'm gonna run that function here. That's the next step, and then after I do that, I'm just gonna think about. Just gonna go back to studying the editor's functionality to translate everything, to build everything from the code. So probably gonna continue this tomorrow. I'm not really sure if I'm gonna stream, but yeah, next time that I stream, I'm definitely gonna be doing this. So see you then.